Hello. Be at ease, if you please. It is I, Cheese Louise. It'll feel more natural as I say it more. Maybe say something instead of hello? Anyway, um, I'm gonna play some great Ace Attorney Chronicles today. We're starting Case 2 of Game 2. I forget what the second game's subtitle is. Yeah. A very late start today because reasons and things, blah blah blah. I'm on hiatus, leave me alone. I don't have a schedule. Don't at me. Alright. Onward to the game. Hi. And you may have noticed on my loading screen, I had a little wiggly boy. And you know what? We got him here too. Dun 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 dun. These are free assets. I don't believe credit was required, but I'll go ahead and say anyway that it was by @bb_butterbean on Twitter. They apparently do a lot of these wiggly boys. Some commission, some giveaway, but these ones are just free to use. Look at them wiggling down there. I could have them synced up, but I like them being completely out of sync with each other. It contributes to the chaotic energy. I know I've seen some other streamers use wiggly boys, and I was like, oh, what is that? Or I think I saw one at first, and I thought it was like their thing, but I guess it's not really their thing. It's just kind of a thing among VTubers. Rip, Mari. Whatever. She has a different GIF that always plays on her stream. That's her own thing. Because who else would use it? But I shouldn't. No, I like Mari. It's just whatever. Dun, 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 dun. So last time, sorry, I got a little close to the mic there. I was adjusting the webcam. Last time, we started game 2, and we led off playing as Suzato, who was back in Japan, and she was cross-dressing because women aren't allowed in court because old Japanesey days. I mean, just olden days in general, to be fair, but yeah. I think we'll be playing as Ryunosuke today. The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Let's get started. Let's get moving! Translator's note. Kokoro means heart.
Tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight.
The changing art design is kind of
flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night.
Not the stillness.
I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
So, most of the intros by Sholmes are kind of nonsense, and they don't actually explain what's happening, or they mislead you terribly. But it sounds like a different crime took place on the same time as the crime that was during Case 4 of the first game. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law. Having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England, and on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I have successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey, but since particularly grueling in an unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But the epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale, a tale which was now about to awaken from slumber, thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. Rumble. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. It must be nearly time for breakfast. I'd better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Why you talk about Iris so indirectly? Is she not worth being her own identity? What the heck? Ah, Reno, good. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. Shh! Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be just the obtruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation-repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes. I see. So that's it. Close. It's too close. Truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have, this very morning, met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely wants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course, though I don't look for admiration, you understand. Of course not. Never. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you. Hell, you pulled your button off? Ah yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. I don't know if you should describe your own notes as wailing. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped! Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then that in my vexation I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. What? That's... Sholmes. That's psychopath behavior. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring. But Harry, Runo said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. Well, that really is a surprise. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire. The famous consulting detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it gets cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend. And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes's lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, as published in Rance magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Ah, well, I received a letter from Japan. Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it, really? That's right, and she has some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us about it over breakfast. Oh yes, what fun! Oh, okay. Too bad, I'm gonna look around your apartment instead. Try and stop me. When it gets to this time of year, Londoners seem to leave their hearts alight all day long, and I love it. There's something very relaxing about watching the flames flit and dance about. But a fireplace in days of summertime is a waste of space, really, no use at all. Rather like a great detective in days of no crime and no criminals, Hurley? But consider this, instead of a fireplace, a frost place. That's my latest idea. I don't think you can, like, uncombust to cause coldness. I mean, freezers exist. I'm not sure if they were invented back then, though. An extraordinary hearth from which emanates a cool breeze in the hot summer months. What do you think? I guess we have air conditioning, too. Sholmes was ahead of his time. I think if you invented such a thing, your name would go down in history. The principle is extremely simple. One must, of course, light a cold fire in the hearth. Alright, well. Yes, of course, brilliant! The trouble is, none of the fires I build ever burn cold. How it taunts me. You want endothermic reactions, Sholmes? Combustion is always exothermic. That just means it requires... Endothermic reactions require energy, and exothermic reactions produce energy. Or they emit energy, rather. So, as you British say, it's a bit of a damp squib? What? These are different pieces of evidence from cases you've solved, aren't they, Mr. Sholmes? Not quite, Mr. Naruhodo, not quite. These trinkets are a selection from cases I've solved with particular aplomb. They are souvenirs of my success, memories, Mr. Naruhodo, memories. Really, so tell me about the case in which the bust of Napoleon featured. I forget. Memories, he says. Wonderful, Mr. Sholmes, wonderful. He crazy. Ah yes, the huge metal chest with the lace cloth laid on it, being used as a table for tea and coffee. It's very sturdy, that's for sure, and firmly locked shut. That chest contains my father's detailed records of Hurley's many cases. Yes, so I've been led to believe, but personally I've never actually seen inside. And that's the way it will stay. Those papers are a secret between Daddy and me. If you go opening uninvited, you might find yourself being bitten. What? Is there a beast inside there or something? It's like my favorite thing now. Beast! Oh. Gosh dang it. Right, I have to use the D-pad. Oh, Nightbot doesn't show up on screen. Hold on. I got rid of all my, like, timer things, so I really should change Nightbot to up here. I also still haven't gotten around to changing all my things to, oh gosh, what's it called, like, stream resources or whatever, because I want to steer away from Streamlabs, because, I've always had a grudge, well, not always, but I've had a grudge against them for a while, based on the fact that their stupid multi-stream didn't work, it was garbage, and also the recent controversy as well. Don't pay for Streamlabs Prime, kids. It's a freaking scam. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh, I wanted to change the chat. That's right, that's right. We're making progress. We're going so fast today, kids. Don't hide commands and don't hide the bots. There we go. I swear, like, I have the boxes for better TTV emotes and franker face Z emotes, but, like, people try to do them and they just don't show up. I guess that's just part of Streamlabs being suck. Anyway. It's 286 beasts that we're at. I look forward to finding out what aroma your tea will have, Iris, every single day. Oh, well, I infuse a different concoction of herbs from the garden every time, so it's never the same twice. When you call it a concoction, it sounds more like a science experiment than something for tea time. Oh yes, that's because different blends can have very different properties. Some calm you down, some make you feel jolly, some give you energy. Today's particular blend is something quite special, so you're really in for a treat. That sounds ominous. Oh yeah, I made lasagna again today, and it turned out good this time. Well, mostly. You learn. I didn't realize apparently the top layer absolutely has to be something besides the noodles. You need like a thick layer of cheese or the sauce on top. Because the noodles did like kind of curl and they're a little rubbery, but at least they weren't super crunchy like the first time. Ugh. But yay, I'm learning. I'm cooking food better. It tasted really good. It's mostly just the top noodles, a little rubbery, but it's way more tolerable than it was last time. But we don't want to aim for tolerable, we want to aim for enjoyable. In cooking and in streaming. Let me know if I'm doing a good job. Anyway. There's so many different bottles up there on that charming little set of white shelves. Oh, do be careful, Runo. You mustn't try the contents of any of those bottles, even if you're hungry. I wouldn't do something stupid like that. I'm not a child, you know. Well, I wish I could say the same for Hurley. The other day he polished off a full bottle of one of my alkaloids. He what? He said he was hungry. I'll be extra careful. That reminds me when I was in college, I had a lot of labs classes, like classes that are like you do experiments in the lab or whatever. And I remember, it seems like common sense, but I remember professors were always very insistent on reminding us that like, never drink anything you see in the lab unless you know it's yours. Like if you see something, if you see like a bottle, and even if it has labels like says Kool-Aid or whatever, and it looks like Kool-Aid, if it's not yours, don't drink it because you could kill yourself. Like, or you know, you see a water bottle, and it just looks like a water bottle, but hey, that's not yours. It could just be, there just could be a chemical in that water bottle, and they just used a water bottle that they had. Don't do it. It's never worth it. If you need water, go exit the lab and go drink at the water fountain. Like, it seems like common sense, but there's probably a reason that they reminded us as much as they did. For every rule, there's a reason that that rule wasn't stated. I can type with my eyes shut, you know. I can believe it. When a deadline's approaching, you sound like a Gatling gun. That reminds me of a dream I had the other day. It was such a funny one, it woke me, actually. I was typing for a whole hour in the pitch black, but I didn't make a single mistake. That's incredible. But then, when it got light, I found that there wasn't any paper in the machine. Oh no. Now I wonder if I'd actually been typing at all. I think he just might have fallen asleep on the job. How do you know you didn't make a mistake if you didn't type it on anything? Books, paper, scientific implements. These shelves are stuffed to the gunnels. Miss Suzada wouldn't be able to help herself if she were here. She can't stand a mess. Susie might not be able to stand mess, but she wouldn't dare touch those shelves. Oh, why not? Everything's in intricate balance. Hurley spends ages on it. If you were to touch even one thing, the whole lot would come tumbling down. Susie noticed that it was a very delicate arrangement right from the outset. They make it sound like a meeting of great minds. But the truth is, Mr. Sholmes just needs to tidy up. Sounds like he can only live with a genius for so long before they stop being impressive and start being annoying. There's a cough drop I'm chewing. Branch. That machine really is imposing, isn't it? But I can't even remember its name. Hurley calls it his great analytoscope. It can analyze anything at all. That doesn't really help me. What does analyzing something even mean? Ah, an extremely astute question, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Well, as Iris said, my machine here spits out analysis results of anything with which you care to present it. Look. But how to interpret these results, that's the key. And I confess I have no idea. Oh my god. You just put something under and it just spits out a graph. But, like... Clearly, I'm going to have to construct a great analytoscope to solve the problem. That might not help. Good grief. Okay, alright. Let us converse. This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning, by international post. Oh, how lovely. Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it. And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Oh, really? Oh, isn't she wonderful? A cut above your good self, my dear fellow. What? Why would you say that? I've won cases too, you know. Apparently Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do. We helped the man twice. You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago? What? Oh, the mustache twitchy man. With the somewhat feline eyes and the mustache. He didn't have 2 mustaches, Hurley. Yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They made very deep impressions on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. Are we, like, gonna flashback and the whole case is a flashback? Kind of lowers the stakes a little bit, don't you think? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, it can be done well. Like, 3-4 is a flashback case, and actually 3-1 is as well. And those are incredible cases. Well, 4 is. One's important. I don't know if you'd call it incredible, though. So what is the startling news penned by Miss Susato? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, it's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten, then. Anyway, in the letter, Miss Susato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago, for what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsumi said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh? On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Miss Susato's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsumi said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send the telegram. Oh, that case, yes! It is starting to pet peeve me. Little pet peeve that I have, that I'm sure a lot of people have that watch a lot of anime. Because anime does it a lot, or just Japanese media does it a lot, where they'll refer to, oh, it was that person, oh, it was that place, oh, that case, oh, at that time. And they'll, like, keep referring to it like that. And I think, like, it sounds organic in Japanese, but when it's in English, it's just like, say it already. This doesn't sound normal. Stop. Sorry. Rant over. It was very strange, wasn't it? Yes. And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. Their story must not be published, you said, very mysteriously as well. Really? I said that? Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Miss Susato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan? Hold on, hydration check real quick. Wait, do I have the... No, I don't have the graphic readily available right now. That's okay. It's a little easier to grab on my 2D model. On my 2D self. When I'm 2D, rather. Immersion. What is that? It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan. Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No, it just said he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse. A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to us while she'd make the voyage back home? Why would he do that? I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Hang on, I suddenly got a Irrational fear that I'm muted. Let me check. Irrational fear that I'm muted. Let me check. That was silly. Okay. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Miss Husato's father is hiding. Helly, do you know what it's all about? Well, you do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself about. Well, who can say? What? But you said... I see you're dressed up now, Sholmes. Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. Excuse me. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris? I will, Helly, don't worry. See you later. He scuttled off rather quickly there. My money's on he's reinvestigating the case or something. But he's not going to tell us for like 4 hours of gameplay. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Soseki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mr. Sholmes. Aha! I found them at last! Iris? Are they... The notes about the case, that's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Runo? Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case. But perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light. That's the spirit. And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation and that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue. And I have all the time in the world. Because, of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. What? I don't remember that happening. Let's see, the 5th case was... Right, we were defending the girl, what's her face, because of the pawn shop stuff things. But like we practiced law in that. It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick and nobody saw her attack her, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. That man was Soseki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato-san and I decided to represent Soseki-san in court. And after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Was the man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. You know, jubilant jubilation is like kind of, what's the word, reductive? Repetitive? Like, You're just saying the same thing twice. Is it tautological? Maybe. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to the bots at once. So Susato-san and I summoned a handsome, and headed immediately to the hospital. What is a handsome? Don't say me.
Handsome.
A two-wheeled horse-drawn carriage accommodating two inside while the driver's seated behind. Oh, interesting. It's a very specific type of carriage. Here. This isn't... What? One sec. Let me save this. Okay. What? Oh my goodness. It's saved as a .webm or whatever instead of a PNG. I hate that. There we go. This thing. That's what a hansom is. So two people sit inside the little carriage, and the coach is like stands in the back. That's kind of weird. Anyway. That almost looks like a fictional steampunk thing, but like, it's real. It existed. It might still exist, actually. I don't know. Get out of here, you excessively large rat. It's kind of cute, though. There you are at last. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not. Oh! You're late. What on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time. Time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I've been waiting for what felt like an eternity. You can't say what took you so long and then say time is irrelevant, Sholmes. In point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy. And feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Oh, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. You should introduce yourselves, then I shall observe from here. So that's the lady who was found in the snow-covered pavement with the knife in her back. Her name is... Ah yes, here we are. Miss Green. Mouse! Nothing of particular note? You're joking. Eek! A mouse, Mr. Naruhodo! An enormous mouse! Vermin in a hospital? That doesn't seem the best. But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you were thinking. She has a statue of herself? This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it? I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist mannequin, I believe, used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses. Really? It's not exactly what you'd call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it? No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before. Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. Oh no, he's probably dead! Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. He looks to be at the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think? My, Mr. Naruhodo. I didn't know you had a sense for matters of the heart. Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. This looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. What is this place, a zoo? You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign at our local park. For the pigeons, yes. This is a person. Poor woman, I hope she hasn't read this. Good morning. Hello, I'm, Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Oh no, was that your knife that... Are you the man who... No, I'm a lawyer. And I'm Susato Mikotoba, pleased to meet you. Oh no, was it your knife then? Are you the one? Do you just think everyone who comes to see you is the person that stabbed you? No, I assure you. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you'd regained consciousness and wanted to come to give your best wishes. Best wishes for me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is I desperately want to be an artist. Oh, I feel that. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. Okay, maybe I don't feel that quite as much. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back. I don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green. It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time. The case has been solved, hasn't it? Well, I've been here in the hospital, I mean. Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly, by none other than I, Herlock Sholmes. Excuse me! Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green? Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly. Let's hope they actually give her the truth. Oh, I see. Me coming around seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry, I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me. What are you, Japanese? Oh no, we're also relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. We really are. That kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green. So you're an artist, are you, Miss Green? Oh Oh no, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at Thorndyke Academy of Fine Arts. Yo, Chris Thorndyke time traveled and made an art academy? That's crazy. Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Tell me, Miss Green, do you... Oh, God. Excuse me. Do you live hereabouts? No, actually. I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road. I see. Very interesting. Oh no, is it? Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here. And Thorndyke Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Centre. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means. Salubrious.
Salubrious.
Health-giving. Healthy. Interesting. Interesting. Including the maleficent Mr. Mustache. Inferior means? I suppose Soseki-san does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all. What's this? She suddenly clammed up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs. Oh dear me, do forgive me. If you don't mind. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things. Oh yes, of course, we won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. Is there a Mr. Naruhodo here? Mr. Naruhodo. Naruhodo now? Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me, but... Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, good. This is for you. It's a message from Mr. Saucy Nutmeg. What? Mr. Natsume sent a message to me? Oh, wow, I did not... But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume? Exactly. What's going on? What's the Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning? What are you waiting for? Let me see that. Oh. Well, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note? I'm gonna punch you. No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls, a case of murder no less. We must depart at once. Murder? Call a cab, time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking that we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did. That'll be entirely convenient. Convenient? What do you mean? It's all here in the note, my dear fellow. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings. What? We literally investigated that place. We didn't find a body. Wait, what? I'll hail a Fiars at once. Fiars, alright. Oh, okay. Fiacre.
Fiacre.
Fiacre. Small four-wheel carriage, public hire. Okay, so that just looks like a normal carriage. I'm not gonna put up a picture of that. It was only yesterday that Soseki-san was in court, and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address? He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Or so it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover that it was worse than we thought. Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor. Oh, that guy. He showed up for like a minute in the previous game. What on earth? Oh my, the gentleman is deceased without question. He's dead. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Mr. Natsume. Oh, why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of court yesterday. I finally home after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird should catch the worm like this. Woeful worm without wiggle. I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache. Ugh! Not the horrible hairlock Sholmes! Shoo, shove off! Show yourself the door! I never invited you! Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. I'm entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you? Grrr. Here they are already. The busybodies. Oh, Inspector Gregson. What a pleasant surprise. Excuse me, I pressed A like 3 times. Pleasant, is it? Gives me heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Sholmes. I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. Good morning, Inspector. This is a crime scene. Don't you go touching anything. Or, good morning to you too, Sunshine. Alright. Well. Body. Oi, I said hands off. You're gonna mess up my crime scene. Oh, no, I just wanted to look, that's all. No chance. I know you're kind. You mess up just by looking at it. Someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some bad air here, isn't there? Alright, it sounds like I better talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor. Alright. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Mr. William Shamspear. He was a lodger here. As you can probably tell, he was an actor, a bit of a dead loss as it happens, or just dead. Mr. Shamspear. So he's like Shakespeare, but he's the sham. It was the landlord, old Mr. Garadeb, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. The fellow didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garadeb got worried and kicked the door down. But doesn't Mr. Garadeb have a bad leg? Oh yeah, you're right there. It was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really? Soseki-san? The victim was pretty hard up, it seems. Even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in this house. Miserable life and a miserable end to it. So what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not invited to the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because the fellow looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious. Well, I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the cohabitator. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? Oh dear. Mr. Natsumi appears to be under suspicion again. But he died while Natsume was, like, in prison. It certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he? Poor man, how unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fella's been gone all that long. The body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. Well, you can't touch anything, huh? What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences! So the victim lived here on the ground floor and your room is just one story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So did you know the victim? Were you friends? Uh-oh. What's the matter with Soseki-san now? It was innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But, did he ever invite me to his room? Never! On my honor, I swear it. What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you'd never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come. Through that inspector over there! Yeah, I see you. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Ha! You need only observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating, naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose. Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened. Is that all? Alright. My goodness! But, isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes? Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I've managed to draw 2 incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night, in which the victim fought for his life. Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow? No, don't mind me. Forget I was here. And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. No, nonsense! Oh boy. Dig in a hole, and dig in a hole. Alright, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions? No, please! Pretend I'm not here. Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant. Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail. But of course. Gosh dang it. Natsume was here, wasn't he? Like, he didn't do it, obviously, but he was here, and therefore he's going to be a big pain in our side. and probably the person we're defending. Let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. We've heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time? So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning is spectacular. Act 1. The game is afoot. Topic 1, cause of death. Conclusion. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Disconsolate.
Disconsolate.
Without consolation or comfort, unhappy. Well. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Oh, I thought it was butter. Why is that this soap set so purposefully upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact, yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. Though personally, I have greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. I don't have words. Suicide or murder? Sorry, I got like there's something caught in my throat. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? This single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Though forced open now, at the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap, from whence wafted an inferior scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. I'm gonna look up acrid.
Acrid.
Acrid. Having an irritatingly strong and unpleasant taste or smell. Ah. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. No possible perpetrator. Oh boy. We're gonna end up being the ones indicting Natsume. This concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' great deduction. There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. You are disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap? It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but one so desperate, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. How extraordinary! I don't know about that. Just because you can chew it doesn't mean it's appetizing. In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past. You've eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. What are you, Donald Trump? And did it? As I writhed in agony on the floor and spit the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. And it has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did. Even if you did. There's something that troubles me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? Oh, what's that? It's Mr. Natsume. Ah! I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Sholmes' deductions touched a nerve somehow. Nonsense. Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deduction may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Yes, Mr. Sholmes' observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it at an obtuse angle. That's a really good analogy, actually. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do. Yes, we must pick out the keywords in Mr. Sholmes' quite brilliant deduction. And discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that. I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Sholmes is meant to say in the first place. In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Wait, was Sherlock Holmes set in the same time period as Shakespeare? I feel like Holmes was like a lot later. I don't know. I don't know history. I don't know Britain. Careful observation. The victim reveals to us events that transpired in the room. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, one half of a sizable bar of soap, meaningful indubitably. Why is the soap set so purposefully upon the dish, like the victim's last supper, in fact? Yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. I like how Natsume looks at the camera, and he's like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Well, you can't deny that the fork implies the man was eating something, or about to eat something. Yes, that's true. I feel like he would drop the fork before rigor mortis set in, though. Like, you go limp, but then, like, you stiffen up later, but, like, he would drop the fork. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork rather than attempt it with chopsticks. And of course, only half the bar of soap is left on this plate. But might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate the soap? What is this? Do you think he was drinking tea with the soap? The cup's empty, so there's no way of knowing. How about this for an idea? Perhaps the cup was full of water? And he was dissolving soap in it so he could gulp as much down as possible? Please remember that he may not actually have been a soap lover he's been made out to be. Is it the bite marks? Apparently not. Oh. Look, there's more soap on the floor here. Mr. Shamspeare must really love this stuff. Let's not jump to conclusions, Mr. Naruhodo. Look closely at this soap. Do you see that it would fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table? What the? How can that be? It's almost like he wasn't eating it. That's crazy. I think that they are two halves of the same bar that broke apart. Yeah, I mean...
Take that!
Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course! The other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table, in short, the victim was not eating soap at all. Imagine that. But obviously, really, but no depth of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. But that begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. For London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument, then. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it? If soap in London is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. But there are no signs of any food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? The teacup? Yes, a Western vessel for serving infusions of dried tea leaves. It's a teacup, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. As you know. Stop putting on airs. And it's empty. So we've already established that the victim wasn't eating soap when he died. However, there's significant evidence to suggest that he was drinking tea. My thoughts exactly. Okay, apparently the stains don't matter, and I don't really see anything that's, like, out of view.
Take that!
Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room. Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in this teacup. Okay. I still feel like you don't really have evidence that proves a poisoning occurred, but whatever. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall the death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? A single teacup suggests the answer. Ah, the Western vessel refused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deduction so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shamsphere was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is Mr. Natsumi's reaction when he heard Mr. Sholmes suggest it. There's more to this deduction than it seems. We must closely examine the scene of the crime again for some more clues. Oh, okay, well. It's another Western vessel for... It's a teacup! That's pretty good. And it too is empty. Given that he's actually holding this one in his hand, we can assume that this is the cup from which Mr. Chancellor was actually drinking. But if that's the case, this changes everything. Everything we deduce up to now is turned on its head. Blech, words. I have a bad feeling about this. I almost don't want to say it. Yes, I know exactly how you feel.
Take that!
Did the man dine and die alone? This other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were two teacups in this room all along. In other words, this is a strong indication that the victim's last supper, there was a guest present. Hey, that picked up. At the very least, we can say now with certainty that somebody else was here in the room last night, taking tea with the victim. What are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. To draw conclusions on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say you know who exactly was in this room at the time of the victim's death? Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. I'm not sure I like where this deduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap. What? So many new words today.
Halcyon.
Halcyon. Denoting a period of time in the past that was idyllically happy and peaceful. Oh. But the identity of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. Well, you can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. It's empty. Empty of liquid, but full of air. That makes you think, doesn't it? It makes me think you're full of hot air. Wow, that was unnecessary. We should be thinking about who else was in the room at the time. Bother. Susato-san's quip in response was cleverer than my original riddle. At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially. I wonder what they are. Let's see, the titles read... The Picture of Monsieur Lecoq, Canterbury Yearnings, and A Meal for Gabireau. Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before. It could just be an incredible coincidence, but they're the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed, Suzuki-san had been to a bookshop and bought them. That's right. But now those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Yet Mr. Natsume claims never to have been here before. What does this mean, do you think? I really don't know what to make of it. Well...
Take that!
Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books. Quite so, it's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room. It's the link to the truth. Ugh! Mr. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at a second-hand bookshop. That's just coincidence! In that case, you'll be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment. No, never, non-negotiable! If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. Why is he JoJoing all over? Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. In short, there's only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in this room last night as a result of poisoning. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor... was you, Mr. Soseki Natsume. This concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' great deduction. Okay, Soseki Natsume at the scene. That's all we proved. We proved he was at the scene. We didn't prove that he poisoned him. Ugh, ugh. Not again, not again, not again. Not again. Well then, Mr. Natsume. You're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard. Again. But wait! Hold your horses! Yes? Door, key, locked, entry, exit, entirely impossible. He's so flustered, he's being even stranger than normal. What do you think, that's an alibi? You have just made a copy. What? You live in the same building after all. You'd have plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. But... Misery me! Sorry, sir. You'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. In court. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache. You horrible hairlock Sholmes! He really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? Come on now, no dilly-dallying. Outside, there's a carriage waiting. Welcome soon, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but... You have to help me, please, please. I'm innocent. Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it. Ah, one more thing. Oh, yes? My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me. Well, I kind of hate doing his face, but he's not a bad guy. And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken. Soseki-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. I mean, since it's set in the past, I'm kind of hoping we can, like, skip investigation and go right to trial. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you. Yeah, kinda. A little bit. Dang it. Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. Yes, that's right. Ah, and of course. What? Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garadeb, who discovered Mr. Shamspear. Ah, Mr. John Garadeb, yes. I expect we could find him in his sitting room on the top floor as usual. Right, we must remember to go and talk to him later, then. Oh, the poor man. So young to die. Do you suppose it was a very painful death, being poisoned as he was? I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life. Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder... Do you think that putting our hands together in a Japanese prayer will help a British soul? Sorry? I made sure I had a reference at the ready for just such an occasion as this, actually. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British Way. I'll just reread it now. One moment. There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there? Okay, I guess we can't examine him anymore. And here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind. This is the gas meter, I think. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. Ah, I see. Yes, now that you've pointed it out. I can see that there's a slot just here that looks like it would take a coin. So you mean if you put a coin in here... That's right. That would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. So if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold? Yes, or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank. Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. That would suck. It's bad enough that I have to use coins for laundry. Oh, what? Hydration check. This is a gas wall light, isn't it? It must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall. Gas lights? A gas stove? London really is a city of gas. Now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they? Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there. Well, I much prefer a real fire anyway. It's so much cozier. Was there a gas leak, maybe? As we've seen from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. A vestige of the former window tax that Britons had to pay. What strange things they used to pay tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the number of windows they had in the property? It's extraordinary. It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. Oh. What is it, Miss Susato? If you look closely, a number of the bricks are loose. Oh yes, it looks as though an amateur had broken down a few of them just here. Was it Mr. Shanspeare who did it, I wonder? Being the lodger renting this room? Ah, look at this, Mr. Naruhodo. On the outside there's just a little ledge. And there's something on it. What? Outside? Soap? It's so cold outside. You can feel it through this gap. It did snow all last night. It would be cold. But more importantly, what is it on the ledge out there? What are these snow-covered lumps? It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are the bars of soap doing lined up on an edge outside the window? I have no idea. But the pair of them look rather charming like that. Still, it's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window. I think perhaps we should take one. There are two, after all. Oh dear, I suppose we could. That's fine. We'll just tamper with the crime scene. Who cares? Oh, what's this? Look here at this soap. Ah! Do you see in the middle there? There's a patch that's a different color. It's sort of transparent, but... some sort of fancy design, I suppose. Only in Great Britain. It looks like the Hinamaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful. It's probably a very expensive brand. Expensive? Then what's it doing in this ramshackle old room? Bar of soap has been entered to the court record. Okay, we're looking at that. It's part of the... is a different color. It's an exquisite design, isn't it? Trust the British to turn a boring bar of soap into something special. I quite like it. It reminds me of the Hinamaru design of the Japanese flag. I expect this is rather expensive soap. It doesn't seem likely, given who it belongs to. Very strange. I couldn't even begin to guess what caused that. Nearby street map. Oh, of course. Second-hand book. Ba ba ba. Okay. Look at these extravagant bright costumes. Somehow they look out of place in this room with its grim, shady goings-on. This one looks like a king's attire. A king? I've always dreamt of being a king. Now I think you'd be more suited to be a feudal lord. A daimyo or such like. With a chanpage topknot? Every Japanese man wishes he had a chanmage? Okay. Oh, you'd look wonderful with one. You already have the sword. Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a chonmage and a sword? There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and bottle. Why is my A button presses not going through? What's happening? And both of them are cracked. Yes, not much use, are they? What's the matter? Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all. Prosecutor Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, he's so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a waste and that he should donate some to the needy. You can suggest it next time we meet. He's pretty wasteful, isn't he? This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it? Where does the audience sit, though? For the nightly Shakespeare performance. Oh, okay, so he's not the stand-in for Shakespeare. He's just named like Shakespeare. Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruhodo, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office. What? Then you could practice your art every single day. I'll think about it, if you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge. Well, if that would help you achieve your goal. Yes, I have to see. One of the teacups that Mr. Shamspeare and his guests drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's bitter poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. That's true, so... one was Mr. Shamspeare's, and the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsumi was drinking from. But Soseki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these so we can examine them in more detail later? Pair T has been entered in the court record. No! Stop stealing from the crime scene! Stop. You're supposed to, like, make note of them. Not, like, take them. What's this thing down here? What's this? It looks like part of an envelope, I think. Yes, I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened. Is that significant? Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps, when you look around the room. There's no sign of a letter or the rest of the envelope in here. In fact, is there? Ah, she's right. And yet, here we have the torn off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual. I agree. We better take this just in case. Is this why you got disbarred? Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? Inspector Gregson, back so soon? After I threw that little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard. Oh, I see. Well, we'd better be leaving then. Poor Mr. Natsumi must be feeling very low, being back in a cell again so soon. I'm sure we should probably go and... Well... Anyway, I'm going to investigate these. I'm going to examine them. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they? Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed. Miss Susato. I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo. Never. Okay. This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsumi was drinking. Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I always gulp it down, too. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. Alright, so one has a ring in it, one doesn't. This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspeare was drinking from, then. It's stained on the inside. Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea. Oh, really? I've never noticed before. You've never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Oh dear. So many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture. And most of them are Japanese. That's funny. There's a little bit of a stain on the outside, too. Alright, well, the victim got back up. What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Ah! Out, out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player. That struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Now, how soundeth the next part? It is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed, oh happy day. What? What? Walking Dead! Yo, that show went downhill. I mean, I stopped watching after, like, the second season. The fellow isn't dead at all? What was that nonsense he was saying, though? I think... Yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. Shakespeare? So it was. That the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment. And Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime, whatever that now was. And before they're like, they use their Japanese witchcraft to revive the dead. Ah, hydration check. But I'm sure you heard. I'm sure you could tell. Wah. Whatever do you think will happen now? Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume, arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life. I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shamspeare did consume poison, as we deduced. But it was an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder? Oh, was it? That's a question. Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody. I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Mr. Soseki-san's lodgings. He did it. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, could we have a word? Ah! Is that him running away? He just ran off. I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it? I do too, but I don't remember. He's probably one of the jurors. Because they're like, we're going to make these nice 3D models, and we're going to reuse them as much as possible. The exception of the top floor where Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb live, all the windows are bricked up. Yes, that's because of an old window tax that was charged on the number of windows a property had. In order to pay less tax, poorer members of society filled in many of their windows. But the tax has since been abolished, hasn't it? So the windows could all be opened again, surely. Unfortunately, it would appear that the residents of this district can't afford to pay to have the work done. Yes, that is the sad state of affairs. Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume, who have to live all cooped up with a windowless room. I suppose that's the price you pay for living in very cheap accommodation. It all seems rather pointless when you put it like that. There always seems to be a bicycle outside the Garadeb residence. I read that bicycles are extremely popular all over Great Britain at the moment, in fact. That one seems very warped, though. Especially the front wheel. Is that to make it more of a challenge to ride, do you think? No, I'm afraid that may be the result of the rider's incompetence. For the front wheel is so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider may have been similarly afflicted. Then there's a good chance Mr. Natsume has been practicing on his bicycle, I think. Oh dear, I fear you may be right. Huh. This snowman never came into play last time. Why somebody built this snowman on some sort of pedestal, do you think? That's not a pedestal, Mr. Naruhodo. That's part of the snowman's body. Really? But it already has a perfectly good body. Well, it's true that British snowmen are usually made with 2 balls of snow. Perhaps this is a foreigner. And now we're looking at him as if he's strange. Poor man, I know how he feels. If anything, it's Japanese and British 2-ball snowmen that are the strange ones, isn't it? After all, real people 2 have 3 sections, head, torso, and legs. Do you ever think that perhaps you think about things too much? Oh, so he was thinking like this, the top 2 were the snowmen, and that this was a pedestal? I see. That's kind of silly, but okay. Alright, well, I guess let's move. Yeah, since... I mean, it doesn't really matter, but since we're here, might as well go to Garadeb's first. Here we are again, the eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. We're here because Mr. Garadeb is the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget. Aw, you chaps, eh? Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Garadeb as anyone, really. Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more bally nonsense this morning. I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Garadeb? Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about the dead loss of an actor chap on the ground floor room. Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? It's a dead loss. Wait, hold on. Can I examine anything in here? I feel like... I don't know. There's a single apron drying on that enormous cannon-shaped clothes horse. Look. No, Mr. Naruhodo. That's a real cannon. I knew that. I was just testing you. Piece of history, that is. Seen plenty of action on the battlefield, I can tell you. Now the old girl and I are just enjoying the peace and quiet of retirement together. And of course, she'd come in handy if the enemy decided to launch an attack again. Is there a war going on that I don't know about? That's your military uniform, isn't it, Mr. Garda? Well, ceremonial garb, yes. Been hanging on the wall ever since my retirement bash. Not an active service now, you know. Doesn't mean much to me anymore. You could have the old thing if you could have the old thing if you wanted it. Well, it might suit Lord Van Zeeks, perhaps. An overly ostentatious outfit like that could be just what he needs. Very tactful, Miss Susato. Very tactful indeed. Ah yes, those enormous mortar shells. It's quite something seeing them up close, isn't it? Didn't you say something about firing them into the barracks, Mr. Garadeb? Oh, you remember, do you? Just a little mishap that occurred during training one day. Well, what are you doing firing on your own men? The captain bellowed at me. I'm not surprised. A little mishap doesn't really do it justice, does it? Well, one has these little incidents when one's a hot-headed young private. Perhaps I should put some evidence that resulted from one of my little mishaps on display. Oh, does the great lawyer, like the great detective, want to exhibit some trophies of his finest moments? You look very dashing in your uniform there, Mr. Garadeb. Oh, that old portrait, eh? Drawn by an art student who used to rent the room downstairs. Oh, okay. Oh, you look so wonderfully young and courageous and strong. Yes, well, the chap presented it to me one day and asked if I'd let him off the month's rent in return. Oh, I see. So, you did, presumably? My body well did not. Oh. A portrait is a portrait, but rent is rent, eh? And yet it's still there proudly on the wall. You know what that screen is hiding now? The aftermath of the fiery altercation the other day. I don't suppose I'll be able to clear that mess up for some time now. Oh gosh, my neck hurts. Hold on, stretch break. Okay. Oh dear, this must be a very difficult situation for you. I'll say, people talk about twists of fate and whatnot. But this was a twist and a half, a rotten show all around. He's clearly struggling with everything that's happened. I'm surprised it's letting me re-examine so much stuff. That's an impressive collection of cakes on that fancy silver cake stand there. I feel sure that it was full of cakes when we first investigated it in here as well. Yes, quite right. Haven't touched it since. Haven't done much at all, really, since it all happened. Time's rather stood still for me, you know. Oh. Time has stood still? That's an interesting phrase. Might be able to use that excuse when I'm next supposed to be tidying the office. You could just tidy up, Mr. Naruhodo. These shelves look like they've been completely torn apart by a wild beast! Yeah. Reminds me of the Battle of Maywand, don't you know? Ah, the experiences of a seasoned veteran. Enemy had us surrounded on all sides. We really thought we were done for, the whole ballet company. We were taking a real pounding from that cannon, so all we could do was run for our lives. Oh, I thought that story was going in a different direction, actually. Well, the whole experience taught me one thing, I can tell you. When you're done for, you're really done for. Ugh, that's not what a lawyer often finds himself under fire wants to hear. There. I adjusted my chair a little bit. I should be more comfortable. Whew. Gotta change your posture every so often. Good to see Mr. Gardeb's Medal of Honor is still proudly displayed on the wall. The inscription reads, "For distinguished participation," if you remember. Sorry. Yes, I remember, because I remember thinking even I might stand a chance of picking up honors like that. Wouldn't know what to look at me now, perhaps, but I had my devil-may-care days, you know. Devil-may-care? What did you get up to? Well, all in the past now, of course. Best left there. Best not. I want to know now. I want to know. Can you tell me? It must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened. Oh well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no bally answer. And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door? Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour. That's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes of oversleeping warranted such behavior, I'd have to kick your door down every morning. Well, you know, better to be safe than sorry and all that. Is it just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden? Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door. The victim's name is Mr. Shamspeare, I believe. Is that right? Yes, William Shamspeare took the ground floor room 3 months ago now. And how would you describe him? In a word, destitute. Destitute? That means, like, poor. Moneyless. Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a bally screw loose. So hard to choose which category Soseki-san would fall into. Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude. Stop reading my thoughts. He was doing research as well. Research? Into what? Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare. Read a few playlists of the old bard myself, you know. Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated. It seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there? Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shamspeare would have had much in common. A Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that. Oh, for some reason I thought he was, like, trying to impersonate, Suseto, whatever his name is. Mr. Naruhodo, really? How rude. Rude? good guy. What can I say? After Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? Well, now, it must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily, as I remember, and it was completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out at the time. Mr. Gardev noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shamspear got back. The chap was up till past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there. Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. Is everything alright, Miss Husato? Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Gardeb, you were up here in your room all evening, if I've understood correctly? Not a big fan of stairs, not with this blasted leg. Then, how is it that you seem to know? The precise movements of your tenants on the ground floor, I mean. Oh! That's a very good point. I can't imagine that you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it? I see. I know what you're thinking, and it's a bully outrage. I'm ex-military, didn't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I? Oddly specific denial. Then how did you know, Mr. Gardev? It's the gas woman. The gas tells me everything. The gas? What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything? Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes. Yes, I'd more or less worked that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside. And the gas company supplies gas to properties via the main. Yes, I understand that too. Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen? Well, obviously the room would get brighter. Exactly, but at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment. What? They dim? Why? Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual? And that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it? Well, I think it's because gas has to, like, fill up the line to it. It's a hydrodynamics problem. Or maybe not hydrodynamics, but, I mean, more or less. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it? Yes, of course, because everything is connected to a single supply pipe. Is that supposed to happen, though? It sounds rather undesirable. Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these ponds are pretty hopeless, long worn out. And barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course, extinguishing the lamps up here, and they glow brighter in the rest of the house. Oh. Ah, right, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere. You've got it. Oh, of course, because when people come back home in the evening and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever. In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house. Gosh. That's fascinating, Mr. Gardeb. Absolutely fascinating. Oh well, nothing to it really. And I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Gardeb is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Uh-oh, there's like a smuggling ring. Well, I've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we got to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again. Good idea. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now? Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh, yes? What is he? Tell me, is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess, you're talking about Mr. Sholmes? He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost. But his diabolical deductions, they're not of this world. They've left me. Ah, I'm cursed, I tell you. Well, that sort of hurts. Credit where credit is due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction, too. Yes, moving on. We have some wonderful news. Oh? The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again. Now, in the absolute worst case, you could only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? It's terrible! Oh. I'm stuck in the cell, suffering for some silly wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess you're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant questions. I'm sorry to hear that. Ugh, that selfish shyster. Whoa. Shyster, a swear word? Make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy, William. Well, it seems likely that Mr. Shamsphere was never actually dead in the first place. Ah, yes, that might make sense. I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh! Oops! Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamsphere, didn't you? I'm not saying another word! I demand to have a lawyer present! Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Ugh, why am I cursed like this? Hang on, I'm gonna hit that BRB real quick. Wow. Please be at ease. Cheese Louise has... Wait. No, I can do this. I should have thought this out. Thesaurus. I just need a word that means the same thing as returned. That rhymes with ease. That rhymes with cheese. Dang it, there isn't one. Welcome back, if you please. I don't know. Anyway, let me desync my little wigglies. There we go. Not a synced one in the bunch. I mean, there would have to be two synced ones. If you're all desynced, none of you are desynced. Also, I grabbed some goldfish for snackies. Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume? There's nothing to tell, but Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday. Case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. It's hard to believe that was only yesterday. After the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lowly lodgings. That evening, at past 9, it must have been, I visited Mr. Shamspeare. So you did go to the victim's room then? As we feared. I didn't do anything wrong! I had never been to his room before, it was the first time! Then what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting and it developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell. That ties in with what Mr. Gardep said, that the victim went out and came back after 8. We met again later that evening at around 9, or just after, when I took him some nice tea I'd brewed as a gift. So was it you that brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene then? And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? That's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet. Who was the stronger? It was the delightful debate. Strong? What? Oh my gosh. That's really funny. Because, like, modern nerds will be like, you know, Superman versus Goku, or whatever. Would Knuckles beat Shadow in a fight? Of course, olden day nerds, you argue about who would win in a fight, Romeo or Juliet. That's really funny. I'm sure. Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare. I mean, it's obviously Romeo. Like... Romeo was like a trained fighter. Juliet's like, you know, classic damsel in distress. Like, or she was like a noble woman, so like, why would she like work out or anything? And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Mr. Shamspeare's tea? No, never, not at all. Team Juliet won, that was me, and when I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit, I swear it categorically. I mean, are you arguing like who's emotionally stronger? Then I guess? I don't know, they both committed SD because they thought the other was dead, so I'd say they're both pretty on par with each other as far as mental fortitude. Mr. Natsumi, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence. I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time I've learned that it's no place for me. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. There are foreigners everywhere I look. They all stare at me. They all laugh. That's the impression I get wherever I go. It makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. I've moved more times than I can remember. Then, 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road. But why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money, it spoke to me. The rent? Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed. Cursed? Cursed how? Previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. Oh no! He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. A horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning. Brave or blinkered? Blinkered? I've never heard that term.
Blinkered.
Of a horse wearing blinders, having or showing a limited outlook. That's a good one. I'm gonna file that one away for later. But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was. Gosh, is it really so awful? How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, it was just a feeling. The feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me. Do you think that might have just been your mind playing tricks on you? No, mine doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. No, man, mine doesn't know any tricks. Oh my gosh. I like that. I'm gonna file that one away for later, too. It's been a long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place. A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls who have died in that room, I leaning over me in my sleep and try to strangle me. That really is horrible. And now I come to think of it, it happened again last night, too. The very same night that Mr. Shamsphere was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. My money's on a gas leak. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room. You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible. Yes, you're right, I know it, and that's why I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home. I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Phew, Susato knows how to make the man listen. Of course. Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well. You mean Mr. Gardeb? Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again. Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near the place. Ah, Perhaps that may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tenants' movements? You mean because he's worried about their well-being? Just seem to have unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms. What do you mean he pays so much attention to the gas lamps? Oh dear, no, it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please forget I said anything. Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Shamspeare isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come round and he's able to tell us what happened, we'll be able to get you released. Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right. Excuse me. What's up, Gregson? Inspector Gregson! Couldn't help overhearing what you just said. And on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh. Which do you want it first? Always, every time the bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle. Right, well, in that case, the good news it is. Huh? Sorry, it was just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Why'd you ask? Then why did you ask me my preference? As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, was just unconscious. He's come around now. Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we managed to get a written statement from him already. Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume? Oh, thank goodness. It's all over then. I can leave the somber cell. Sorry, no. That's not on the cards. What? Why ever not, Inspector? Mr. Shamspeare has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night. Implicated someone? Oh dear. You don't mean... I'm sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. Arg! By sweet poison did he seeketh to end my life. That wicked Katesliff Soseki Natsume. No! So I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. You'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations. No! And so once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. Chip time. I mean, not chip. Goldfish time. To be continued at 2.5 hours. It's almost midnight. We'll keep going. So is Clouded Kokoro supposed to be a Shakespeare reference? Is there like the Memoirs of the Clouded Heart or something? Is that a Shakespeare thing? 22nd February, 9:23 a.m. Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line! Good morning! Good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this. Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court. Beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh. Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, morning. So, here we are again. It's always such a pleasure. Remember when you almost got convicted twice? Yes, again. Judicial Assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires, what's the bad news? Hold on one second. Okay. I had to fix the thing. Oh dear, you heard, did you? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say! Oh, I am sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Miss Susato. Now, what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Baron Van Zieks. Van Zieks? God! Oh no! Oh no, no! So I guess they have to write this as if you didn't play the first game and reintroduce all the characters. Which is fine, but like... What Ace Attorney fan is like, nah, I'm gonna skip that one. I'm gonna skip Great Ace Attorney 1 and go straight to 2. But then, and I guess there's always the rando, or like Grandma, and gets Johnny Great Ace Attorney 2 for Christmas or something. So that's like he's not gonna wait until he gets Great Ace Attorney 1. He's just gonna play what he has. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Soseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth. We managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter, after all. Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zieks is the prosecutor. Oh no! That even if the person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. We've experienced it firsthand. Okay, but now we know why that carriage caught on fire, though. We, the player, do. They don't. The man was successfully defended, met the most terrifying end after his acquittal right here in the Old Bailey. Ugh, do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now the Reaper! A petrifying perils, potentially! Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Yes? I'm innocent, you have to believe me. You more than anyone know. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle, I promise. And this promise is to be a hard battle, I fear. Well? The trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go! Oh yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. That's probably for the best. Oh! If you were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zieks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least, that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo. You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, locum soon, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Well said. I swear on the sword at my side, and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free with honor. Yes. February, 9:40 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh my gosh. Look at those repeat jurors. I saw at least 2. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Wait, that didn't pick up. Alright, I'm hissing, but it's not picking up on the mic. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Wait. I forgot to do a thing. I already saved, it's fine. It's fine, I literally just saved. Oh, not accolades. Taylor, we gotta change everyone's costumes. I'm so European now. Yo, that looks pretty good, actually. Sorry, talking with my mouth full of goldfish. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. Yeah, okay, thanks. It's not just my imagination, it's really there. Lord Van Zeeks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. Oh, she looks good too. It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now he's back in the courtroom, though, for some reason. Only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Soseki-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? Okay, that's 1 repeat. Absolutely, I had a feeling this larrikin wasn't innocent before. 2 repeats. I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right. 3 repeats. Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually. Okay, there's the new one. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. A very important meeting. Let's make this quick. Lol. Expecting a trial to last 20 minutes. Alright, 5 out of 6 are repeats. There's definitely something funny going on. I mean, I said that during Trial 5 last time, but good grief. I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight or the missus will go through the roof. Oh, may the Lord show us that all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict. The British jury system is so very different from our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public, and that the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London, chosen at random, or at least that's the idea. Yeah, very random of them. The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Oh, alright, fine. That's your excuse this time. Very well, let us commence the trial. Lord Van Zieks, your opening statement, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand. The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself. Gregson? Wait, you're making the accused be the first witness you call? Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. It's Soseki Natsumi from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume. Yes, my lord, sir. I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken. That you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. Okay, you can't hold that against him. Believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right you are, sir. Oh. The incident occurred at the Garda household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine? Strychnine. Hold on. Okay, I wanted pronunciation. I know it's a chemical.
Strychnine.
Strychnine. Okay. By strychnine. He was found in the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door. This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident? Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible. Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. It's a gas leak. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took the time to show how it looked. Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased. That's right, everyone present believes that's exactly what he was. Believed. Past tense. Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. Let me look at that. Oops. Okay. Alright, there's the gas box. There's a pool next to the gas box that is highly suspicious. Now then, Mr. Natsume. Yes. As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? They're haunted. They're haunted by evil spirits. Good gracious, what's haunted? My lodgings. There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenants before me died in mysterious circumstances. The woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. Oh my god. The gas leak's just been killing people. What the hell, Garadeb? Fix it! Oh my god. My neighbor was poisoned and me. What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times. Killed, Mr. Natsume? How? Even on that fateful night, it happened when I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me. You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume. But it's so cold, my running nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Thank you, witness. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal. And he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief! Order, order, order! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Soseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him? Because he probably thinks he did it? Because he doesn't know what happened to him? Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. So this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never! The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before. That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objections? None whatsoever, my lord. Good. Then you will give your account of the events on the night in question to the court now. Yes, my lord. I'm surprised now that I think about it. Gas leak has never like been the source of an Ace Attorney case. Although in the original trilogy, it's almost always, I think it's literally always like this other guy did it and he framed him. The only one that's like not that straightforward that I can think of is 2-4. I guess 3-5 gets kind of complicated too, but it's still like someone else did it, right? It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Strychnine takes some time to have effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Oh. And you found strychnine in him? Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward. Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsumi claims his tea to have been harmless, presumably, though. The decaps have been examined for traces of poison, haven't they? Why didn't I think of that? Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to. What? Why not? Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine this suspect's substance? How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea. Not that it was overlooked. Because we took it because we're idiots. Unable? Why? Simple enough. There was none left. Not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. With the current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop. But that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. It doesn't work on the residue? The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. I guess they don't know how to do a stomach pumping either, I guess. I guess. I see. Thank you. That matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. Don't use the power of suggestion. In mere moments from now, you will lose and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. Bad words. Where's my rated T for teen now? He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. It's around 9 o'clock that evening. Neighbor.
Hold it!
Were you and your neighbor good friends then? No, we weren't friends. Not at all, not at all. Never, ever. A simple no would have sufficed. Why do I have a little mouse on my shoulder? It must be a spoiler. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit? Mr. Shakespeare fancies himself as having a great literary knowledge. As fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together. Come now, no Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature. Wow. And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume. It was the day of my last trial. When I was acquitted, I had just arrived back at my lodgings when I ran into Mr. Shamspeare outside on the street. That was at around 6 o'clock. We exchanged one or two pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though. So I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions? No, not one, not two, not any. Not at all. Never, ever. A simple no would have sufficed, I feel. Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room. You know, I was kind of speculating earlier that, like, they use this case because they want to reuse as many assets as they can, which may have a little bit of truth to it, but you have to remember that Shamspeare showed up in the first game for only, like, a little bit, and then he, like, was, like, never relevant again until now. So I think this case was planned to, like, sit here in the timeline the whole time. Something like that. Maybe it got shuffled to the second game, and it was supposed to be part of the first game. I don't know. I don't really have a point. You debate over a nice hot drink. Da, da, da. A literary debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you? Shakespeare? A very worthy topic of conversation, I must say. Oh yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley. Romeo and Juliet? Who was stronger? I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go? Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment. So we battled it out. In Greco-Roman style, naturally. What? Mr. Shamspeare had all sorts of costumes in the room for just such a contest. So when you say reenactment, you mean you're actually in costume? He was Romeo, I was as Juliet. And after a vigorous wild tussle, I, as Juliet, came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever. I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct? I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I'd heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see. Oh my gosh. That little mouse is going to be like the blue badger, isn't it? Case 4 or 5 is going to be about the police department. And there's going to be that little mouse all over the place or something. Mark my words. It's true, there was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was. And do you have any basis for that statement, witness? My security couldn't have locked the door behind me, otherwise could he? Well. Hold it! Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison. And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume? Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it. Landlord was able to verify that, as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night. And how was the landlord able to attest to this? He, said it was the lamps, I believe. The lamps, Inspector? When tenants return to their homes and start using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Gardeb seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants. There's only one key to Mr. Shamspeare's room. I know that for certain. Gardeb's gonna end up in prison with his wife. So he must have locked the door himself from inside his room. The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes. So I'm right. My tea was harmless. Completely harmless. So if you take the poison, you die. Everyone knows that. Alright, so I think I was incorrect in criticizing them earlier for, like, taking these. I think they did just take the notes on them and leave them there. It was just, probably a mistranslation, I guess. It's not that simple, I'm afraid. What do you mean? Although granted, Phoenix has absolutely taken stuff from crime scenes before. I think only like once or twice, but still. Strike 9 takes some time to affect. How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner, I was speaking to at the yard about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping and stiffness, and eventually dies of asphyxiation. So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms? There seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. You can't deny that. And it further degrades Soseki's alibi. I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Very well, the court will add this report to the court record as evidence. Hello, give me that. Oh yes, I see it in here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Victim, William Shamspeare. Cause of coma, ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Investigative conclusions. The poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on 21st February. Assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appeared to be broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. That's not very reliable. No container for the poison found at the scene. Yeah, it said 1:30, but he left at 11. Great. Victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. Argument still stands. And we'll go ahead and press that.
Hold it!
The argument still stands, you say? This is what Mr. Natsumi has been saying, isn't it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on. Exactly! Me and my tea are innocent. Sweet and innocent, I tell you. I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for the symptoms to appear. So you could have left the room for up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. As long as you did that, Mr. Shamspeare could have locked the door after you'd gone. But no! We drank the tea straight away! The battle over whether Romeo and Juliet was stronger, that came after the tea. Do you have any evidence to support that statement? In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying. Drink tea while it's hot! Sure, a proverb will satisfy the prosecution. I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter. No. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo? Of course, go ahead. Mr. Natsumi is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently. Yet Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. So we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think. I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison and the tea. Let's listen carefully to the testimony again. Yes. Alright. They said 11 in the testimony, right? 9... Wait. At around 11? Yep. And Gregson said that it was verified by the landlord.
Objection!
Mr. Natsume, you say it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct? Yes. And Inspector Gregson, can we rely on the information in the medical report unconditionally? Of course we can. There's no problem with that report, Sunshine. Actually, I think there's a very big problem. Because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony. A chrono what? What are you on about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Ah! Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, wow, I think Natsume actually talked about, like, feeling like he was being strangled in his sleep in case 4 last time. And I just kind of forgot about it. It was just like, oh, he's crazy. He has anxiety. Sorry, that's not very nice. But wow, that's some foreshadowing. It leads to friggin' gas leak of the case of, wow. Talk about gaslighting. If there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought into the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? That's kind of funny. Shared animation. The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zeeks? Uh-oh. Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. How could it have happened, you asked? I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. What? Are you gonna say he still had some tea after Natsume left, and then he drank it at 1 in the morning? A phantom? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? Oh my gosh, I hate you. For example, at the time stated in the medical report, yes, at around 1:30.
Objection!
Mr. Natsumi brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
Really leaned on that, huh? And in my country, there's an even more apt saying. There's nothing more refreshing than cold tea. What? The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities. What sort of possibilities, counsel? A gas leak? Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who's had nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim could have taken poison of his own volition. You suggest this may have been a suicide council?
Objection!
Mr. Shamspeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
But he could be lying. Oh. Is something wrong, Blech, Lord Van Zeeks? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. The victim? Out, out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. You gonna bow after reading like 2 lines? Or reciting like 2 lines? Who, sir, are you? William Shamspeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What? What's he doing here? The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness? Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. Well, hardly ever have victims testify before. Because it's always a successful murder. Although I think Spirit of Justice has a case where the victim testifies because they get spirit channeled. Actually, it might have a couple. Anyway, I don't know, it's been a couple years since I played that game. I don't remember all the details. Happy am I, Shamspeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But, I still have my own tale to tell. My own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English. That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim. I don't like you. Wait, what? Why's that guy here? Alright, so that's Mr. Shamspeare. Who's that other man beside him? Yes, I feel sure we've caught a glimpse of that man before. State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses. A writer of words so sweet they do scent the breeze, an inventor of ideas so profound they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. Were the great bard to be recalled to life anew? Lo, what a magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shamspeare. Oh, the name's Metterman. Adrian B. Metterman. I work for the Altamont Gas Company, East End branch office. Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh yes, she's right, it's him. But they said yesterday that they recognized him. I don't recognize him, except for from the yesterday. Oh, what's this? Ooh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? Looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings. Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, could we have a word? Ah! You know, animating run cycles is hard, I get it. Just strike a pose and then fade away. That's what I do. Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Gardup's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee? What does he have to do with this case? So, Mr. William Shamspear, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct? Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? That sweet poison that did cross me and cross mine innocent lips. I subpoena him for the trial, with the doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure. Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters my name to see that me's a seraph, an angel indeed. Me's a seraph. What? So me is a seraph as opposed to I am? Okay, whatever. Shakespeare. Thus be noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. The jurors seem to have been moved by this man, I'm afraid. They're actually taking his seraph anagram idea seriously? Wait, Shamspear anagrams into seraph? That's not right. Thank you, witness, for your illuminating introductions. But, my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shamspear doing here? The guest man, I mean. What, me? Well now. Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence? When you suggested that victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question? And moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar? What? No, I didn't quite say that. This young chin-stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman? Hang on. No, I'm just here. What? I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question. One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken, the truth of that wintry night of my discontent. Okay. The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening bearing a gift of tea. But merry, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella. Why were you outside? Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamspear's room all night? That's right. Of course, this window is all but blocked up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that. The question is, sir, why? Ah, well now, that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work is the man. Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? What? What are you talking about? This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words. Oh, he looks like a bee. Okay. What'd you say about me? Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more? Oh, I thought he was going to say nothing less. Indeed, that is so. And as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Oh, there's no way that's the final... the final, words. Testimony. God. My brain. Don't lay about. Never did come with the evening. To be clear, by neighbor you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume? Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs? And at what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room? Our meeting was promised for hour 9, and lo did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea. Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes? And we were broiled in such a literary debate in history, as history hath not seen before. I can't believe they LARPed in order to decide which character was stronger. That's not how it works. By which I presume he means their discussion about who was stronger, Romeo or Juliet? I, Shakespeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbour played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters, to bring weight upon our merry experiment. I dare not imagine the scene. Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the eastern art of Jiu-Jitsu, but... ne'er did I dream 'twould be a skill practiced by the comely maiden. Because it wasn't. Juliet beat Romeo up? That's not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room? My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding. Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. If the defendant had really put the poison in your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain. Gladly, 'tis an easy task. Stop dancing. What? I did drink the tea, not while my guest did tarry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily were my lips parched. He's lying.
Objection!
That doesn't sound normal. Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire, after all. Thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amidst such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again, and it was stronger. Mr. Shakespeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stooped lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil. You'll know what that means. Is the tea alone? Did it pass my lips at late hour? Not else. So, you didn't have any kind of evening meal? Dinner? Supper? Ha! Fie on luxury, fie on gluttony! To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. Sorry? I would that my belly were full, no more oft than the sun doth rise. Why are you... Why... Do you want me to get some coconuts for you, dude? Get a little... Ow. It's just me knocking my knuckles together. It's easier with coconuts. Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence it is that there doth not in my chamber be than the costumes of mine art. That would appear to be the case. Even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. Now that I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, was it? Is it? I don't recall seeing a single player script anywhere. For I have devoured them all. But you've eaten them? Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise? Yeah, I did imagine otherwise. Can't imagine why, though. Right. That wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea. Outside the bloke's window, freezing. But the windows of that house have all been filled in. A historical artifact, the now defunct window tax. Yeah, you're right there. All bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap. Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? And for some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body. What's with all the theatrics today? Out of interest, Mr. Meterman, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time, as far as I'm concerned. And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be sure of that? Police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room, and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Ah yes, lucidly explained, Counsel, thank you. It really was. You can't argue with the logic. But I'm gonna try. No one else visited his room.
Hold it!
You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella. So you can't be sure it was the defendant then?
Objection!
How many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London? Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up around 9, so I'm pretty sure of it myself. And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamspear drink tea together? Nah, sorry. I couldn't say. Why not? Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? What I did see was a silhouette of that little round-backed fellow wearing a pretty dress. Then the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it. I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway? Mr. Meterman. Allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? No question, Gasman's honor. Why is he JoJoing? Huh? Oh god, they're gonna... You don't object so you can be like, I cast my guilty verdict. I mean, apparently you can, but you're dumb, though. My lord. Goodness me. Yes, Mr. Foreman? I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me? Yes. Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are all in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision? Too right we have. Are you with me? Yeah. Wait, no! The defense is in the middle of a cross-examination. To be honest, I was holding on a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room. Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it. But in the end, what difference do they make? None as far as I can see. And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer. Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 bombs home with me tonight, the missus will blow a top. What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. I like how he has no idea what's going on, but he's still gonna vote guilty. Very well, let the court be appraised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
That fancy woman had a reused voice clip. I mean, the rest are obviously reused because they're the same people, but... all of you? Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous. Please don't explain the summation examination again. So, this time at least, it seems justice will be done. Oswald that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished. Get up, Mr. Naruhodo, please! The trial isn't over yet. What do you mean, Miss Susato? What about the information I found in this Encyclopedia of British Law I have? An obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember? Summation examination, let's go. A summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here in British Court of Law, we can reverse the decision. If we can reverse the decision of a majority of the jurors, we can force the trial to continue. The trial can't end now. Whatever it takes. I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised? Am I learned Nipponese friend's inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Certainly no other defense counselor in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination. Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. Except I have twice already. Chronologically. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. The defense counsel's request is granted. This court will proceed with a summation examination as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law. Thank you, my lord. Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman? Believe me, my lord. We know all about this young lad's tenacity. And we're ready for it. Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused. Summation examinations are like, they're fun, but they just take a little bit too long. You feel like you're spinning your wheels for a while. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man. Well, I do declare that the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Just look at the accused by his comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has mustache. Very fishy. There's no evidence to suggest that the gangling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least. Ugh, I really don't care, like. I just need this trial to end quickly. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know. Nothing at all. You know what? Every single one of them seems completely convinced. It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspeare is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen. If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. Like when he was riding a horse. And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all. Well, here goes. Let's not forget. I pleaded with the jury on Soseki-san's behalf before, and it worked, so you never know! Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how the summation examination works. But oh. Well, you're still very new to British law, after all. That's true, I suppose. And Soseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands now, too. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial detail. Perhaps I should hear Susato-san out. I wonder, should I let her talk me through it again? Or not bother? Nope! Thank you for giving me the option. Thank you for the kind offer, Miss Susato. But I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary. Of course I understand, and I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be here for you. The key to this is really listening carefully to each juror's statement. Finding two that are contradictory and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other. It's weird that you can't present evidence against them. Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Okay, I don't like how they're, like, sitting behind me. Victim may not be well, but he's an old man, straight up.
Hold it!
Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume's no liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was the Japanese man's tea. When you take the gas man's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Well, it's alarmingly logical. But let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten lie after all, I'd gladly change my decision about the defendant. I'm sure my fellow gentlemen of the jury would do the same, isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps. Though I don't see it happening. What's that elderly gent on the end here, you know? You'll have to speak up. Look, I really don't care about all this nonsense. I just need this trial to be over. How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury, then? Alright, sir, I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. Wait. Alright, if you could show me that the victim's a lie, I'll reconsider my position. But I can't present. Well, let's press it anyway. Please stand by that statement. What do you take me for? I'm a gentleman, sir. A man of my word. So let me be perfectly clear about this. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten lie after all, I gladly change my decision about the defendant. Oh, come on. Okay. Yep. Alright, no need to repress people. Re-press. To declare a good gentleman is no reason why. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid? No, that's not what I said. Can I do a Southern Belle? Buy some apples. No. The point is, the man is the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid. So you say, yet again. Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously, it's exhausting to look at him. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all. Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much. Just look at the accused by comparison, he jumps to very fishy. No, not one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty. Well, he is fishy. There's no point in dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, he has a mustache, and he stoops. You see, you arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps, like a waltz, in fact. You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance. You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though. And you're on the wrong foot. Wow. Wow, that was a really good, like, internal roast. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. But the victim's version of events is backed up by what the big-chinned man next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh. That's another 3 steps. All this really does is seem more like a waltz, doesn't it? You said you did 1 step twice, though. Right. And the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I let you speak much more. There's no evidence suggesting there's a fraudsman, for now at least.
Hold it!
A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madam? It really is a most tiresome problem for the company. Most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that the customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence. We can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company. Good gracious, Altamont Gas, you say? Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. As I'm sure an employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree. Absolutely, Lady Quimby. Can't be used properly. Altamont gas is the best in the world, of course. Ah, I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, he bowed in defense to his employer's wife, did he? In deference, not defense. Ah, so would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Shemspeare was up to in his room? I'm afraid that there's no end to the lengths the population of the Far East will go in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudman, but to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night. We're very thorough in our investigations. So you mean Mr. Shakespeare is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public, but you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief. You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you? Haven't you? The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Faith, wouldst thou wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin? But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an Almont gas explosion. So Mr. Shakespeare's been stealing gas. I wonder, Juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement? My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping the thief apart you enjoyed? A little bit before the part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble. What's wrong with abject violence? Yes, of course. This could be it. This could shift the balance. Should I press everyone first, or should I pit them right away? It's 1 in 4, obviously. The victim puts on a fine performance, but in reality is a common thief to my company's gas. I'm gonna press everything first. We don't care, just end the trial quickly. Yeah, you said that before, though. And you ended up giving me, like, vital information. You keep talking about needing to take home some money. What's that all about, sir? Finish, lass. That's what it's about. What's that? I'm talking about the derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It was the Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it? Derby? It was a dead cert, that's the thing. I couldn't lose, so I took my wife's secret savings, like. But then that hopeless old male went and did the unthinkable. Oh, stupid finish, lass. Oh dear. I think it's clear what happened, isn't it? This is the day the missus used as savings for a trip down the pub. So come on, let this business lie now. Just give up. No, that's not going to happen.
Hold it!
What do you really mean by that, sir? Well, I'm not one to boast, but I get up at 5 every morning, I do. At 5? 1 sec. Mic check. There we go. Sorry about that. We're at the... it's 1 a.m. That's just when it happens. It's fine. You're a really early riser then, aren't you? What's that now? I said you're an early riser! Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away the hours in the evening reading books as well. But by about 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on. He sleeps at 2 in the morning and gets up at 5? Oh my, that means he only has 3 hours of sleep each night. What's that, dear? Only 3 hours of sleep each night! That's right. You see, 3 hours of missing time, like I said. It's not much, is it? This really isn't helping. That old man's insane. The key to summation examination is right, once found 2 jurors. Okay, yep. Stop tutorialing me. Yes, if you're able to change the minds of the majority of the jurors, the trial will continue. But conversely, if you're unable to do that, the judge will declare the trial over and move to education. I can't let that happen. Somehow or other I have to turn this trial around.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 1. Eh? What are you yelling about, lad? I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of the Altamont Gas? Well, yes. The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact, turns out to be a common thief. So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much. It's true, we don't have evidence as such just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know. What? You heard me. Seeing as his operation has already been compromised, I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there. I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gatsman's honor. I'm doing so many, like, scratchy voices. It's bad for my throat. Juror number 1. You say you're a man of your word? If I could show that Mr. Shamspeare was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. As a man of honor, I'll hold to it. As I'm sure the other gentlemen in the jury will. Me? Oh, well, yes. I am a sheep, after all. Now that we've found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further. Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. So, if this means you recap a few points, that would suit me down to the ground. Suit me down to the ground? What? Oh no. I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial to be over and done with. In that case, I shall change my leaning. So, Mr. William Shamspeare, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of a man you really are. Well, I got all 4 of them with 1 pit. That's nice. That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Victory! Order, order! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leanings have changed. Only 2 jurors say guilty, while 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord. Or discord, as it were. And order the trial to continue. Oi, sore loser. You have spoilt the bouquet, Mr. Shamspeare. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most, naught but gas, naught but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, and it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul. Oi, what'd you say? Do I take it, Mr. Shamspear, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery?
Most heartily, my lord, hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel. Noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily, honest of heart.
Arr, you flower-mouthed, pompous beanpole. Just 'cause I haven't got the evidence yet. Why is he choking himself? Don't do that.
Mr. Shamspear, if in fact you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom.
It is my considered opinion that at the present time no other possible culprit in this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on this case.
Oh no.
However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas in this case are unrelated.
Juror number 4. Yes. Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove that this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do. Don't we, worker?
Absolutely, Lady Queen Bee. And he's a worker bee. I just got it. Gasman's honor. Very well then, we will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shamspear, has been stealing gas. Yes, my lord, it'll be my pleasure. On the Altamont gas?
If I may, my lord.
Go ahead, madam.
This worker's testimony may have significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind.
Wahoo, yeah, sweet as honey. Yeah. Alright. Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request.
Thank you, my lord.
You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Ooh, it's gonna sting, you mark my words.
What?
Who's he shouting that at? So you will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company fuel.
AGC Altamont. I'm looking for like a beehive pun in there, and I'm not seeing one. Yes, is that clear, my good man?
Clear as Altamont gas, my lady, which is the clearest in the world. I'm pretty sure it's all clear, but whatever.
Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Miss Husato? I think the man is just very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo.
He's been brainwashed.
He's been gaslit.
Do you think that's it? Do you think that's what they're going for? He's been gaslighted. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meet a money collection agent. Altamont gas meters accept threepenny bits. Threepenny? Okay. Each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
And yet the meter in Mr. Shamspear's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key.
Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? Wait, what did she say? Oh, he hasn't put any money in it.
Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice. You drive me to drink. What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Zeeks? Did the mustachioed Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court. And yet, now we must listen to this abhorrence. Clearly, what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern Island nation is more than geographical distance. But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. Do what you will. I can't believe, like, how early I figured out the gas leak thing. And how none of the characters have. It's obvious. Lord Van Zeeks appears to be in a violent mood. Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incident of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance. But I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step to uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. Alright, case 2s are usually pretty short. So I imagine it'll be this testimony, another testimony, and then the end. Maybe. I don't know. If I see it to be continued, I will save and quit for the day. And I'll just continue tomorrow. Proud to pay companies, he said, branch.
Hold it!
So does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters?
That I do. Have to try to catch people when they're in. Then I ask permission to come inside and do my business.
Does that mean you've been into Mr. Natsume's room before as well? Is that a Mr. Shamspear?
Well now, interesting you should bring that up. Because I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survived the winter is beyond me. It really is.
Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all of his gas money on books. Wait, but he like kept the fire burning like into his sleep though. And then when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth.
You will kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Meter Man. No, not much to say, really. But as you wish.
What's my gas meter each?
Hold it!
So all London houses have a gas supply that have a gas supplier fitted with these gas meters, are they? They're the latest model, the height of technology, developed by our company, Altamont Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters on their property, yes. So if a 3p coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins in a night?
A bit more than that, usually. If they have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is.
Think about it, so Seki-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he? Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating. Ah yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually. And how does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company?
Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meter of coins.
I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. Sorry, I'm really inconsistent with her voice, I'm sorry. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying the dues, for the most part. Ah, because they have to pay in advance, you mean? Yes, exactly right. Yeah, the meter didn't have a single coin in it.
Hold it!
Out of interest, how long has this been going on?
Weeks and weeks. He's been pinching gas off us for ages. And you've examined the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room, I take it?
Naturally, we took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb.
And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume.
No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shamspeare Special. Sounds like it would have cost awful lot of 3 penny pieces. But even after that, the rascal's meter was still empty.
I'll never forget the humiliation. When I opened up the money box and found it bare. You what? I said, you what? God, your eyes. Are you okay? You're like green. Like the whites of your eyes are green. And the look on his face, that smarmy smile of his. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. Well, you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being jammed open anywhere. Not a single sign. What's happening to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what.
A life-threatening situation in a number of ways.
Hold on, hydration check.
Bow, 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 bow. Incidentally, what became of that meter?
Nothing became of it. I've still got it.
Oh,
Right here.
no wonder they call you Meter Man.
I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing.
Gimme. Okay. That's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it? And the money box is sealed with beeswax. Beeswax, too.
Was he using the soap to open it somehow?
So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately. Mr. Naruhodo, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would... You know you didn't finish that sentence, don't you? Well, anyway, it's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs. But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it?
Oh, there's just a hole in the bottom.
Oh, what's... Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo? Just here, there's a little hole. Do you see? Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed. It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say. So, you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shamspeare? Possibly. It seems the people at Altamont Gas must have missed it. Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through to the inside. Yes, but there's no way a coin could fit through there. That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious.
I don't see anything else. Interesting. Beeswax.
Although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter. Oof. Oof! Meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though the collection needed is the only key.
Hold it!
There's only one key for all of your meters? Well, in truth, there's another key in the company vault at our main office. But even if someone had somehow managed to get a hold of a key, we know if the coin box had been opened. Oh? How? I came up with a rather clever way to expose any little shenanigans as it happens. Would you care to explain? Well now, in order to empty your meter, you have to unlock the padlock and remove the cover. When I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax seal on it, you see? A seal? Like, sort of thing you'd put on an envelope, you mean? Something like that, yes. Basically, you can't remove the cover again without breaking the seal. Now, in the case of Mr. Shamspeare's meter, there were no coins inside at all, as I said. But the seal hasn't been broken either. So that would mean Mr. Shamspeare somehow managed to steal coins from inside the meter without opening it? It would seem so, but that would be impossible.
Hold it!
How do you know that he's been using gas, though? Well now, since I started investigating this bloke, I've been to his room more than a few times. On every single occasion, his lamps have been blazing and his stoves pounding. It's the middle of winter and he turns to me, sweat dripping down his cheeks, and says, "Get thee to a nunnery." Hamlet, indeed. I could wring the bloke's neck. I get all hot under the collar, but still. Every time I open that flaming meter, it's empty. He's robbing me of my salary, too. What's wrong with the world? Where's the justice? But how can Mr. Shamspeare possibly be stealing the money? I don't understand. A simple explanation is right before your eyes. What? A toast to you eventually realizing that the gasman could be an accomplice. You what? Good lord. Eminently plausible indeed. Well, what do you have to say for yourself? Oh, please, Lady Quinby. I'm a faithful worker. And besides, if the money us gasmen collect doesn't tally with how much gas has been used, you doc are paid by the same amount. So you'd be stealing money only to have the same amount taken from your wages. Clearly that makes no sense. Perhaps it's the case of losing the battle to win the war? No, no, no. I'm not gonna stub that honestness. If I went stealing from the company, I'd be finished. It would seem there is no evidence to support the claims of thievery made against the victim, because Mr. William Shamspeare is innocent. Pray forgive me if that shatters some illusion my learned Nipponese friend was clearly under. I certainly didn't expect to uncover another crime that looks like been taking place in the very same room. According to the testimony, it's only the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room that's under suspicion. It does seem as though perhaps it has nothing to do with the incident involving Mr. Natsume. I know, it does seem that way, but the fact is, since I've been practicing law in England, I feel like I've encountered this at least once already. Cases that are interlinked. Oh. It might seem that two cases have nothing to do with one another at first, but in fact they're intimately connected. Yes, we have experienced that before, haven't we? I wonder if this is another instance. Perhaps. We can't be sure of that yet. the Altamont Gas Company has been investigating Mr. Shamsphere so earnestly. There must be something to it. But then how has it been managing to steal their gas? Main one collection agent. Threepence each coin, give the customer 2 hours of purchase gas. And yet, didn't have a single coin in it. It doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though.
Alright, so she says it hasn't been tampered with. But here, look, it's been tampered with.
Objection!
Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What?
Get away! I've been over and over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it.
In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made in the base of the coin box?
Hole what?
You're right! You're quite right. There's a little hole there. The meter's not supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamsphere secretly opened up this hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised, but why?
Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a farthing through that.
Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? Well, what I'd specifically like to know is how it differentiates coins? How does the meter tell the difference between different coins? What do you mean? Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work, presumably, would it? No, of course not. So, well, how does the meter know what coin has been fed if it is a threepenny bit? Blech. Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by the shape and size, which includes their thickness. The threepenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see? Other coins just won't fit. I see. It's clearly been very well thought out.
The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it's pertinent.
As you wish, my lord. Meter's designed for coins exactly the exact diameter and thickness of the threepenny bit, and nothing else will fit.
He makes them out of soap, and then he melts them out.
Hold it!
But conversely then, it would seem anything matching the 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness could equally well be used. Would, that be true? Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into it to a certain extent as well.
We went through that, though. Anyway, if I find any fake coins inside a coin box when I empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled it as a fine diddled. We live for the moment. For moments like that, as gasmen do. Live for them. But, it would seem the gas company has thought of everything. Wahoo, hurrah for gas, hurrah for cash, Altamont all the way.
That's quite enough of that. Remind me, how big are threepenny bits? About 3/4 of an inch across. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is this 2-centimeter measurement significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction we should be focusing on? Oh, we took the thing out. What? Oh? Look at this bar of soap. There's a circular depression on this side, about 2 centimeters across. Or 3/4 of an inch. Ah, do you think? We did find the soap at the scene, didn't we? Yes, there were 2 bars on that little ledge just outside the window. So we took this one. But I'm sure that when we first found it, there's some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly. Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone?
I knew it! Yeah, it doesn't matter how they dismantle it.
Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Guess about whether the meter can be dismantled, for example?
I'm gonna leave it. Let's return to the testimony.
Of course, my lord. As I was saying, Altamont meters are unsurpassed. They can't be manipulated.
Nothing else will fit. Soap.
Objection!
Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Well, by something out of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamspeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something the same size as a threepenny bit? What was it? The item in question is this.
What have you been inhaling, gas? That's a bar of soap.
It certainly looks nothing like the threepenny bit, I must say. Looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here.
What's so important about the soap is this part here. Where could it be?
This part that I do see.
Got it!
You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean. Ah! Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there? That's right, a depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit.
Get away! Does anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen.
You only need one. Sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it?
Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now to see if it fits. My word, it couldn't be more snug.
Yes, as I suspected, this, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded. Well, I don't believe it.
So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas?
Yes! The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit.
I must concur, at least, that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape. And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You could make fake coins in no time.
This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method Mr. Shamspeare has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now, if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet. But this is all nonsense. If the man's been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter.
Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear.
Van Zieg's figured it out.
I see.
That's what we're dealing with, is it? There's one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes. Exactly. And the meter here gives it away. What on earth? They're remnants of the magical method, magical in quotes, used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room. If that is your assertion, counsel, the defense will identify these remnants for the court at once. Boy, I wonder. Heard that. Mic check. Okay. Do, where can Bloody Blue?
Got it!
We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window. Outside? Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap. Ah, I get it. That's right, the answer, of course, is ice. Did you say ice? Mr. Shamsphere has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning. Why was it red, though? It wasn't just clear, it was like red. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. And his room becomes very comfortably warm. The ice now inside the meter's coin box melts, turning back into water, and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas. I'm guessing in-universe, the little hole on the box is, like, a lot smaller. Just like that, so simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water? That's right, madam. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now we have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless? I'm fairly sure I didn't design it. Evidence! Sorry? I want evidence! If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Why are your eyes all shimmery? Stop, Susato. It's not that big of a deal. Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll prove it. What? Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory? I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. And I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. A piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shamsphere has been stealing gas is... Yep.
Take that!
This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamsphere. What remnants? Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamsphere's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. They're wet because he couldn't afford a bucket. What is that? Some kind of grubby stain? Almost certainly, it's the water stain resulting from the liquid that's draining out of the hole made in the meter. Ah! If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours, you can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. This This is awful. And there's further evidence, too. Mr. Shakespeare slumped over his table, apparently having consumed, I forget how it's pronounced again, strychnine? Strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap broken in half. You're right.
It would appear to me, then, Counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he? Gosh dang it. Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but certainly not.
He didn't beat around the bush there, did he? In truth, Mr. Shakespeare was found with a fork in his hand.
A meal of soap is sounding increasingly likely, Lord Van... Do you mean to say that he was using the fork too?
Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. Ah. But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well.
Good gracious.
Lord Van Zeeks?
I was throwing my hand up in despair, and happened to catch my hallowed bottle on the way. Pray, forgive my maladroit mistake. Maladroit?
Maladroit.
Ineffective or bungling, clumsy? What is the meaning of this, Counsel? Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination?
Well... that Mr. William Shakespeare is a liar and a thief. In other words, his testimony is unreliable. That's it. That's exactly it.
Very well, let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make?
Well...
we know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shakespeare is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it.
Yeah.
Therefore, in light of these facts, prosecution calls for immediate adjudication.
You. No, don't make me do another examination, proclamation.
Order, order! Well, counsel, how's the defense respond?
Mr. Naruhodo! What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Zeeks is saying?
Raise an objection?
No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest.
What? But counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shakespeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss?
Lord Van Zeeks just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all.
What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend?
At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption made due to lack of evidence. But the situation has changed now, following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses to take the stand.
Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense?
Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we now need to consider, namely,
was the poison in the tea?
we've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsumi, but that's conjecture at best.
Objection!
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There is no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of poison.
Objection!
As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsumi's tea was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed?
The defense has made a bold claim indeed.
Very well, counsel. Present your proof.
What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea?
What? I wasn't expecting this.
Is it the water on the ground? Is it the gas meter?
I'm like, not ready.
Tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea. Well, there is a torn off envelope. So there's that. Like, is it he used the tea to make coins? Because it wasn't, because it was colored. It wasn't clear like it would be if it was just ice.
Take that!
What exactly is this piece of evidence supposed to reveal about Mr. Natsumi's tea, counsel? Well, I suspect it may, possibly, be related to the tea in some small way if we dig it deep enough.
Then you'll be digging for a very long time indeed, my learned friend.
Oh.
Even at the bottom of the deepest chasm, you will find no sense in that absurd assertion.
Ah, alright. That was not correct. Sometimes I wish I could disappear down a deep chasm to escape his deep sarcasm. That's a good play on words.
Then I advise you think more deeply before you answer again this time.
What answer from scene of crime can tell us the nature of the defendant's tea is discovered just outside the window. There's 2 cm in diameter. Was it the bar of soap? I would expect it would say something about it being red before. Because I can't, like, look at it and say, like, hey, that's not just ice in there. I mean, what do I have to lose?
Take that!
Good gracious! The soap again? The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice? Yes, that's right, my lord. It's just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are the bars of soap doing lined up on the ledge outside the window? Freezing. I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar.
So this one couldn't go public because we highlighted an exploit in the gas system. I guess. So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice. There was something strange about them, you mean? Exactly, something very obviously strange. They were red. The ice was red. Okay, that's bad because, like, it's supposed to say, like, in the evidence description somewhere where you can, like, find the evidence. Because, like, what if you haven't played it for, like, 4 weeks? What if you paused the case and left and you don't remember that they were red? Whatever. The ice was red? No, you mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from the frozen tea. What? I'd remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier this trial. That evening, yes. I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. This is the result. Never will I touch tea again, never. Ah, yes. I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing. So on the night in question, Mr. Shamspeare, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins. My word! There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed 1 of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime. Frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamspeare's window. Extraordinary. Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even 1 drop of tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contained strychnine at all. Ah, you smug Nipponese. But Van Zeeks, if you're correct and he's guilty, then having this test should prove you correct. Unless you don't actually believe you're correct. My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Yeah, where'd they even get strychnine from? They just, like, picked a poison at random. Bailiff, instruct the police to attend to the scene at once. Yes, my lord, understood. To be continued? Oh, no. Fade back in. I am actually gonna BRB real quick alike, though. Sorry. Just be a second. Hello. Be at ease. Besides, she's Louise. If you please. Anyway, desync wiggle. Desync wiggle. Yes, excellent. It's very important that they not be synced up. It would seem we have no choice but to suspect these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Zeeks? Oh, it is gonna to be continued. Gosh dang it, I could have waited. None, my lord. Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and the defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim. Yes, my lord. Well, we managed to scrape through there somehow. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned until tomorrow. Ah. To be continued. Well, hey, you gotta enjoy my BRB screen for a little bit, alright? It's fine. Yeah, I'll call it there. I was hoping to do the whole case in one stream, but whatever. That's how it be. Well, thanks so much for watching. Thanks for watching. I should be resuming tomorrow. I'll try to start earlier next time because I got a pretty late start this time. But we should finish up case 2, and depending on how early we do, we should be able to start up on case 3. So that'll be exciting. I think I'm gonna end up just doing Ace Attorney streams all the rest of the month. So it's kind of a waste of my Christmas theme to just do Ace Attorney, which no one wants to watch. Not that I blame them too terribly much. But you know what? Ace Attorney is what I want to be playing, so it's what I'm going to be playing. I'm on a hiatus. Leave me alone. Yeah. Until next time, my peeps, this ferret is out, and have yourself a very ferret Christmas.